RAF Lakenheath for a first day treat. Welcome to the show, hope we're all good and well. And a very good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator, and we've got with us, he'll be up here very shortly, our very own squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls, and wishing you all a happy plane spotting session here with the Ted Coningsby channel. A little bit earlier, but seems to be a nice little trend going, this early start. I do love the early starts, just gets it done, do you know what I mean? It's all good. So the sound you can hear spooling, whining nicely in the background is Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW100 engine, and that belongs to the F-35A of the 48 Fighter Wing, flown by two squadrons, the F-35A, the 493rd Fighter Squadron, the Grim Reapers, the latest to have converted to the F-35A in 2022. Their last aircraft, they said goodbye to the F-15C and family version D model. But bringing the F-35A is, of course, the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries, who are given the name by the members of the public, voted to by you. Let me just turn that down or off. Yeah, name given because their last aircraft was the F-111 Aardvark back in the days. For up to 1991, the 495th, known as the Thunderbarks, they became inactive for a good 30 years, and they needed a new nickname, and a little competition was put out for suggestions by members of the public, and Valkyries was chosen. 15th of December 2021, the 495th came back with this. greatest 5th gen fighter, the F-35A. And there's more coming out. Oh yeah. Look at this. Beautiful. And if you just joined us, welcome to the show. Don't forget to give the stream a boost by giving us a thumbs up. Click the like button. Let's get this show on the road. Beautiful sounds. These are the Lockheed Martin F-35A variant, the Lightning IIs, making the wonderful noise and sounds. Pratt & Whitney's masterpiece, their F-135 PW100, producing a whopping 43,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner.
welcome to RAF Lakenheath, home of the 48th Fighter Wing. The 48th arrived on the 15th of January 1960. The station was already a United States Air Force base since 1948. Prior to that, it was built as a satellite station in 1941 for the Royal Air Force, and a satellite station to RAF Mildenhall. The two main squadrons were 149 and 199, which served here right up until 1944, right up to its closure. It took nearly 3 years to complete its new runway, is ready for B-29s, but when it opened, the new hosts were the United States Air Force, and that's since 1948, and it still is a United States Air Force in Europe base.
intense, wasn't it, to say the least? Goodness me. Ooh, yeah. Well, if that doesn't put a smile on your boat race, then I'm not sure what will. Goodness me, that was 4 quick climbs there. Speeds there before pulling up is anywhere between, of course it depends on the pilot, anywhere between 420, 450 miles per hour. Boom, straight up. So escape velocity is clearly reached there. Getting the speed, getting that speed behind you for pulling up. G's are anywhere between 5 to 7 G's when pulling up. They are unrestricted climbs, but they call them quick climbs here at the 48th. There are a number of US Air Force stations that request quick climbs rather than unrestricted. They are the same. Unrestricted does not mean you go as high as you want. They don't always mean you go vertical. It just means an unrestricted climb rate. You're going to get to somewhere quick and fast. That's the difference. I know Hollywood movies tend to let the imagination run wild and let people think that it's just that you go as high as you want. You can't do that. There are other aircraft in the skies, and it doesn't mean flight level 10 million to the moon as much as you want, but it doesn't work like that. They will be cleared to a certain flight level. So they'll be told to flight level 100. You just have 2 zeros when you hear flight level. Could be for anything as well, for low level, approach, to descend, to ascend. You'll hear air traffic controllers communicate with the pilots, and they'll say climb to a flight level of 170. This is an example, which means 17,000 feet. You just add 2 zeros, okay? After that, once they've reached their initial climb to where they've been cleared to, they then can request and then get the clearance for further climb, because of course they're not going to just stay at 17,000 feet, for example. Then once they've reached that initial climb, this is all done for safety. There are other aircraft in the skies in the vicinity. RAPCON carry out 60-mile radius for their control, so they will assist aircraft safely. Like I said, there are civilian and other military aircraft in the skies doing their thing. People going on holidays, having a good time, you know, that kind of thing. So then they're cleared to carry on the rest of their ascend. So that's the difference. You may notice that the landing gear, the afterburner is switched off for a split second and then put back on. That's just to give the landing gear a chance to retract. Landing gear is not really made for going at 450 miles per hour. It's certainly going to cause you a lot of drag, and it'll end up damaging your landing gear. So to do that, what the pilots will do will just take the power off a little bit and just allow that landing gear just to retract, and then they can put it on. Failure to do so will potentially damage the gear. For example, situations will mean it could get stuck, which you don't want to do because you don't know the consequences of how much damage and the severity of damage caused. So that is why G's pulled 5 to 7. Like I said, it is all dependent on the pilot, and they'll climb to whichever they've been cleared to do so. A little bit breezy today, by the way, but some lovely light nevertheless. Is it actually raining? I think it's actually raining. Go and get, it is actually raining. Wow, okay. It's only like little tiny drizzle though, nothing serious. The wind will just dry it off straight away. bit of damp, light drizzle. Oh. So we've got some unexpected rain at the moment, which is a real thin amount of drizzle. I hope you enjoyed those climbs. What a start to the day, Dave Holloway, absolutely. Good morning. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Questions there about the climb. So lots of people asking about the Typhoon. This has been sat out in the sun for quite a bit, and these are the consequences. So yeah, the Typhoon does it differently than the F-35 and the F-15. This is all to do with thrust to weight. Okay, you've got to remember thrust to weight is a really important thing, and it's not just on departures. Okay, thrust to weight is really important in ACM, basic fighter maneuvers, and you're naturally going to get a higher thrust to weight ratio during flight because you're going to be burning fuel, which makes you lighter. Now, speaking of weight and thrust and power, I want you to imagine your vehicle. For those that do track day in their cars will know exactly what I'm on about, because I used to have a track day car. Yes, I did. It was a Honda Integra Type R, an original, the championship white, and it was lightweight, so the power to weight ratio on that Integra was amazing. Okay, I want you to imagine your car, and now what I want you to imagine, maybe some of you have done this and done this before, when you're tuning up your cars and stuff like that, whichever, but you can tune up your engine. Okay, you can do all the fancy stuff, add fancy, you can add a turbo, you can add whatever you want to it. Okay, however, if you want to make it quicker, not necessarily the max speed is different. Okay, you want to start messing around with the gearbox. My father and I used to mess around with gearboxes and stuff, but that's another story. But take your car at the moment, how do you make it faster or quicker? Let's say quicker, not fast, quicker. When I say quicker, I mean acceleration. How do you do that? Well, all you need to do is, without doing anything to the engine, this is, okay? I want you to think about this, all right? Take out the, right, leave your seat, leave the driver's seat, and I want you to take out the rear seats. I want you to take out the passenger seats. I want you to take out the stereo. I want you to empty out all the contents. I want you to take out the spare tire. Don't actually do this, but take out everything out your boot. Take out the door panels. Take out everything, the dashboard. Okay, leave your dials and gauges, that's fine. Weigh that. Now weigh that. Honestly, if you were to weigh all that, that weighs a lot. And I've seen some race cars take off the bonnet for doing track days because it weighs, right? It weighs something. Now, if you were to drive that same car without doing anything to the engine, you will notice, hey, it's quicker on the acceleration because you've just decreased the weight. Does that make sense so far? So I know there's a lot of implications, but if you were to put a 1 litre engine on a moped, right? Say it was 50cc, you stick that on it, it's going to go quick because yeah, I'm just saying, if you would a 1 litre motorcycle engine and a 1 litre car engine, for example, they're going to have different performances. Why? Same engine. What's the difference? Well, the motorbike weighs not a lot compared to the car. Okay, so this is where thrust to weight comes into it. So the Typhoon does things a lot differently. Now, empty weight is 24,000 pounds. Now, I know you can't fly without any fuel in it, but just bear with me on this. Each engine on the Typhoon punches out 20,200 pounds, so let's say for 40,400 pounds.
if you were to fill this up with fuel, it's about 11,000 on the 8 tanks. That's what, 36,000. You are way lighter, all right, than God, can you imagine putting 50% of fuel in here? Then goodness me, the thrust to weight ratio would be phenomenal. So this is why, from brakes release, once the brakes have been released, 8 seconds later the Typhoon can pull into a 50, 60 degree and vertical climb. Now speeds depend on the pilot, but from 8 seconds, roughly about 185 miles per hour, and it can accelerate. This is the difference. Thrust to weight ratio allows you to go slow speeds and just accelerate vertically. So if you're doing any combat maneuvers, basic fighter maneuvers, when you're turning, you can pull up and accelerate, where if you go to air shows, those that don't, like, such as the F-18, will need to pick up the speed and then pull up. You've seen that at air shows many times, okay? So that's different. So the Typhoon, from 185 miles per hour, it can then climb and get to where it needs to be anywhere between 30,000 and 50,000 feet per minute. That kind of thing, that kind of acceleration we're talking about, okay? And but it does make a difference. Just because I've said it's a 1.2 to 1 thrust to weight ratio doesn't mean that's it. Because if you were to fully load the Typhoon, you're going to have a less thrust to weight ratio, okay? Because you've made it heavier. If you fully loaded it up, it's not going to go as quick, okay? Because naturally you've just added more weight. All right, so that's the difference in the climb. So G's pulled on this is only a maximum, and even if it even gets to that, is 2G on the Typhoon when it's doing a they call it a performance takeoff. I have heard unrestricted climb before, but it's the same thing. It's all about the climb rate. Now, if we go to our let's take the F-15 for a minute. You know, we're talking about a much heavier aircraft, 38,000 pound empty. On an F-15E Strike Eagle, thereabouts. Yeah, it can smash out 60,000 pounds of thrust, but it's a very heavy, I mean, I've just said 38,000 empty. It's a heavier aircraft. So what it needs to do, it needs to get to speeds of full 20 miles per hour and then pull up. Same again, you'll notice that the afterburner may be switched off for a little bit. And same again for our 29,000 pound empty F-35A. Yes, it's got 43,000 pounds of thrust, but it is it's not a 1-1 thrust to weight ratio. It's a bit over, all right? The when you fully fuel the thing, it's not going to be like the Typhoon's thrust to weight ratio, for example, okay? So so empty on the the empty weight of the F-35A is, I mean, I'm rounding this off, it's 29,000, and again, just to make that point that, yeah, you can't fly without any fuel in it, but you can fully fuel it, okay? So fuel capacity is just over 18,000, 29, it's about 40,000 pounds already, all right? And that's internal, so 18,000, 29,000. So yeah, we're nearly at our, you know, we're nearly there. And if you start putting payload on that, you know, you're then going to have a less thrust to weight ratio. But if you had 50% of fuel, you could actually do kind of like a performance takeoff. It is capable of doing that, the F-35A. I've asked some of the F-35A pilots and they said it could actually do a performance takeoff. I don't know if it can do it from brakes release, but you're talking about, as long as your weight is less than your thrust, you are then going to be able to do some amazing maneuvers. And the F-35A is very capable of maneuvers, trust me, as we've seen. It's very maneuverable. It's going to reach speeds this time of 420, 450 miles per hour. So if you haven't got a 1-1 thrust to weight ratio, then you get the speed behind you and then pull up, and that way you've got the velocity behind you to go with it. But yeah, I've spoken to a couple of the pilots here. The F-35A can do a performance takeoff. It could do it, but you're going to have less fuel to be able to do that.
So a very warm welcome to everyone that's joined us. If you've got any technical questions, I'll do my best to answer them. We do have some very experienced members on our show as well, if I can't answer it or if I'm not able to see it. But yeah, go ahead. Hope you're all good and well. Don't forget to hit the like button. Let's get this stream out there. Give it a boost, give it a boost, give it a boost now. Ooh, yeah. And it is a huge turbo fan. A question I got asked the other day is regarding gears. Well, it's with all aircraft, but someone asked me if the F-35A has a gearbox. It's not like your car gearbox. The gearbox system is actually external to the engine block, shall we call it. It's attached to the engine, but not inside, if that makes sense. It's a component that sits outside the block. And what that does, it can basically controls the generator, it controls the speed of the fan, the main fan. So it's like not like your car one. It controls the oil and that kind of thing. Okay, so it's a little bit different. It is part of the gearbox system, but not like when you're going up gears 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's not like that. The gearbox controls the speed of the fan, the main huge thing at the front. I don't know how big it is, but it's massive. Yeah, I think it's called something like an accessory gearbox. Basically, as I said, it basically controls the fuel pumps, hydraulic pumps and generators. So it's not like your almost say like a drive thrust producing component gears, like the gear cogs. If you imagine a gearbox in that respect, it's not like that at all. But that was a question that was asked to me. If you do ask any questions externally, I will wait to put them on the show, because it may be a question that other people would want to know as well. Blue Lightning Bird, thank you very much for your kind words. Absolutely, it's what makes the channel. All the history and all the tech spec. I put a lot of work into it. If you don't like to listen to it, you know what you can do. No negativity. If you've got negative comments, I suggest you leave. Because that is a positive channel. See ya. Dave Holloway, yeah, hopefully we get the F-15s. Hopefully. 2, right? It's what makes the channel, man. Tech spec. Whoa, I'll tell you what, a little bit Mork and Mindy up here. So managing everything in the skies is of course RAPCON. Now not many people know this, is that Lakenheath Tower actually manage both Mildenhall and here. Not many people know that. So Mildenhall is a 24-hour station. It's 24/7, so it's constantly going. A bit like Bryce Norton, that's a 24/7. And Lakenheath Tower, which is why some people do get a bit confused here, because you'll hear Lakenheath Tower when they're actually communicating with Mildenhall, all the traffic there. Okay, so it's what we call here. Sorry, I made it sound like I work here. Sorry about that. RAPCON, radar approach. I will, Andrew, I will tell him. Too right. I will. Oh goodness me. So part of the 48th Operation Support Squadron is RAPCON. So it stands for Radar Approach Control. Now sat behind, so again, little bit of fun fact, I believe the windows not only are tinted, but for those that like to know the extra tech spec, they're slanted at 15 degrees in angle. I know, pretty cool, right? But there you go. But these are the men and women that are responsible. I call them like conductors in some ways. Sorry about that if that doesn't sound very flattering, but I call them the conductors of the sky. Now the thing is with Lakenheath and Mildenhall, they are kind of like in their they kind of like interlink and entangled within their military air traffic zone. Okay, they're kind of combined, and because of that, it's called a CMAT, it's a combined military aerodrome traffic zone. Okay, so they do what's called a CMAT. Now the 48th Operation Support Squadron's RAPCON, or Radar Approach Control, they're here, and they basically ensure security, the readiness, the safety of not only the military aircraft to flights, but also the civilian operations. And it is around the clock, so because Mildenhall is 24/7, they too have to be 24/7, and they manage an airspace of 60 nautical miles. So basically from windows shut from the ground right up to a 20,000 feet altitude. So after they will, so basically RAPCON will manage their safety right up to 20,000 feet and 60-mile radius. Okay, now just quickly, now there is a tower at Mildenhall, and it is manned. There are people there, and they will deal with the ground runs, all the operations side of things, and just a point of call for that part of it. Does that make sense? So taxiing, making a call regarding their flight details, that kind of thing, any startups, any ground runs. There still needs to have someone there, all right, physically right there as a set of eyes, because you will get the AWCU there going along there. You will get vehicles driving around, contractors that need to do some whatever that they need to do, checking the ILS, fixing the localizer. So it is manned at Mildenhall, but not on a sort of like a flight control, if that makes sense. Okay. So the RAPCON employ the radar technology. They manage the designated airspace, CMATs, and they coordinate with multiple host nations. So not just for Lakenheath's aircraft, and they basically control and command with the agencies across the East Anglia region. So this arrangement supports the daily flight operations of the 48th Fighter Wing, the 100th Air Refueling Wing, and also the 352nd Special Operations Wing as well. Basically
basically they'll sort out all the routine flights and obviously their complex military exercises. So who's in there? So we got the assistant controller, okay, and an approach controller. So the approach controller is talking to the aircraft. That's who you can hear usually on your radios. And the assist controller, just like the movies, when they write down the altitude and course and then they slide it in like a board. That's pretty cool. So there is a collaboration between the RAPCON team and the pilots, because that is crucial. And of course, they need that trust, and particularly during adverse weather conditions as well, when they are constantly monitoring the weather. Any lightning strikes nearby, any thunderstorms nearby, there could be a call to recall all the aircraft, which we've seen and heard many times. Now, the team facilitates safe entry and exit from the designated airspaces, assists with practice approaches, and supports the execution of fighter maneuvers as well. So you'll hear them say different surge sectors, operating the block, you know, NATO pilot integration, and also, of course, the real world operations as well. So in addition to the military responsibilities, RAPCON also assists with the civilian side of things with the air traffic, particularly with nearby airports as well. So it expands the team's responsibilities as well. The airspace, managed by Lakenheath's RAPCON, can become congested, especially during large force exercises. So they do undergo like monthly proficiency tests. Their shifts are about 8 to 12 hours. They do say it does become fun when there's a lot of traffic. They got to remember local stuff as well. When I mean local to Lakenheath and local to the 48 Fighter Wing, we have F-35s that carry out what's called a PFO, a precautionary flame out. So basically simulating a flame out. There can only be, they need to make sure that there's only 4 in the circuit. You can't have more than 4 operating and practicing a PFO. They air traffic controllers, or part of the RAPCON team that come here as well, do need to familiarize themselves with the aircraft. Okay, so for example, if we did have a CV-22 here, they'll need to know what that does, because if they request a vertical takeoff, they'll be like, what? So they will be familiarized. They will understand the power, the thrust, the thrust to weight ratio, all the attributes that the aircraft has, so that they know what they're dealing with here. So it really doesn't matter what skill level they always have something to bring. It's a bit like the QA. So that's a little bit about the RAPCON. Now this, do you know what? Perry would probably know. I don't know when this was built, because this tower is reasonably new, because the original tower was actually over this side, where the just over those trees, where the I think where the old hard stands were from World War II, and there's still today a natural spring, which I've spoken many times about, the water, the natural spring there, providing water for the civilizations. That sounds really, I don't know if that's the correct word, but yeah, there were, you know, settlements, that's probably the right word. There were settlements here from Bronze Age, probably further. They definitely found Bronze Age here, and of course more recent, shall we say, on archaeological digs, the Anglo-Saxon period on that part. Got a little bit of rain today, which I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest. Well, should I be surprised? Me and the rain, we're kind of like mates, me and the rain. Just gonna put a little rain jacket on the camera. Don't worry about me. Just a little bit of rain. It's nothing to worry about. But of course, electrics and rain don't really go well together, really. Not at the best of times. I wouldn't try it at home anyway.
How we're doing, Blue Lightning, Bird, Ryan, more new, Margot, Alex, Raven, Jonathan, Dave Holloway, Margot Baxter, how you doing? Crew, Aspen, what up? Cor Yance, Joshua Brown, Ian McCabe, Dave Holloway, Captain A, what up? What up, what up, what up? Dave Nixon, UK, what up? Wendy Loves Planes, how you doing, girl? Scooter B69, what up? Alex Raven, Doug Ross, Bat Purple, Jan Stan. Lots of our regulars on here. Jenny L, 3242, what up? Tim Firkins, technically yes. Dust, fine dust like that can cause a bit of problem with jet engines, yes. Dave Holloway, yeah, we did as well. The blue skies are coming though, by the way. We just had literally a really thin coating of the wet stuff. Right, I'm just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea and I'll be back with you. Will it be a short day today? Who knows? That was a full send earlier this morning. It's pretty good, wasn't it? Lovely quick climbs there this morning. If you've got any questions, feel free to ask regarding the aircraft. And now the sun is blasting out. Yeah, I was having a little look about the Pratt & Whitney F-135 engine, how it's put together. It's very impressive. They actually stack it, okay, when they're building it, when they're sort of working on its production, when they make it. So it's actually built upright, if that makes sense. So it's vertical. Pretty cool, huh? And they stack it. That's the way it's built. It's really impressive. And if off the top of my head, I think Wendy Loves Planes there has asked about do they service it. I think it's about 2,000 hours of flight time. It gets it goes in for a service or maintenance, like in that respect. So depot level overhaul. Okay, so 2,000 hours. I guess it's going to be quite heavy maintenance for that. The Typhoon's engine, the EJ200, I think it's 1,200 off the top of my head from our Coningsby streams. Yeah, 1,200. Looks like we've got a nice different type of bird in the skies right now. Let me just try and get a nice focus on it. I think it's a red kite by the look of it. It's a beautiful bird. Let me just get myself together on this one. Where are you? Cool, isn't it? Beautiful. I love it. Love birds of prey. I just thought I'd use a bit of digital zoom on that. So. A nice red kite there. They're quite we get quite a lot in Cambridgeshire and Lincolnshire. We get quite a few of the red kites. There's loads out by, if you know it, Oundle, out there along the A605. Yeah, someone's asked what's the largest plane that can operate here. Well, I've seen a C5, that's the largest I've seen, and it's landed here and taken off from here, so that, I would say a C5. It was selected back in the days to be a VHB, so when it closed in mid-1944, just before D-Day, it was selected along with Sculthorpe and Marham to be a VHB, so it could operate the B-29s. So it had its runways extended, that kind of thing. I'm not sure if it could potentially host a B-52, but I know it can operate a C5. Hey man.
Is that C10 flashing?
Oh, good point. I forgot about that.
I just heard them saying Lakenheath heavy.
Speaking of heavies, is it flashy? I can't see it. I'm not saying it isn't, but I can't. From this angle, I'm so dead onto it. It might be going, and I can't see it. Tell you what, I might have some aerial combat here. Oh, missed it. Cool. I think do you remember, I don't know if you guys remember at Holbeach, the Marsh Harrier versus the little tiddly oyster catchers. That was pretty cool, and you wouldn't think, but yes, the oyster catchers really gave the Harrier a run for its money and pushed it away, which was not, you know, something that you wouldn't think, right? But yeah. There, Reggie's obviously smashed something over there. It's from Mildenhall, the heavies. They've just taken off from Mildenhall.
What are you doing? Right turn. Essentially up on that is your time. They won't be able to when it's there. For everything that's coming up control, south, now airfield.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope you all enjoyed the quick climbs today. And yes, so if you're new, really don't know any departure times or anything like that, it's never available to the public. We will just sit here and wait. Sometimes you do get a gut feeling. You can work on gut feeling, but but that's your own storyline. Whether it will play tribute to that or not, I don't know. The only thing I can say is spotter's luck is when you leave, something will happen, right? We've all been there, done that. Always a typical thing. Usually for me it's hawks. Nothing's guaranteed. I don't even know if we'll get any F-15s or whichever, but we're here anyway. That's the least, and the best thing you can do is to just make sure you are here. That's the bare minimum, isn't it? Teddy, right there, mate. Ted's quite excited. Derek A F-15, thank you very much for your 7-month membership. Oi oi, great to be here with you all. Guards March. And Gary Brown, wow, 43 months membership with us. Wow, part of our posh officers. Thank you for taking us all to these fantastic bases, places and air shows. This unique channel is a breath of fresh air. Thank you very much. And a Guards March to you. Margot, thank you very much. She's part of our Spanner flight. Thanks for the super chat. Ted's Oi Oi Fund. Like button, please, everyone. Thank you very much. Steve Canning, oh, thank you very much for the super chat there. Guards March to you. Thank you very, very much. Doc Doolittle, thank you very much. Leah, thank you so much. A Guards March to you. And a high five Paul Pump for that super chat. Thank you for that. That's very generous of you. Thank you so much. And Doc Doolittle, Leah, is also celebrating her first year with the channel as a member. Thank you for being a member for 12 months. What a fab year it's been. Thank you very much. Also part of our regular, Babs are a regular to our shows. High five Paul Pump for that. Thank you so much. And the Guards March, thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. That is awesome. Thank you so much. So you can probably see from the screens, it's a little bit breezy. Careful, Ted. Reese Maroney, how you doing? Oi, oi to you. Hope you're all good and well. Yeah, so I don't know. I've got this funny feeling that's all we're going to get. The F-35s, but hey, it's been good. We do have a C-17 here as well parked up. Maybe we'll see that as well, and that's the other thing as well. So when everything comes back, there could be a long wait. Aerodrome's still open, and it could be for the C-17 for later. We just don't know, I'm afraid. So we're going to have to make that judgment when the F-35s return. But hopefully we'll get some other things going on, like some F-15 startups. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, I've just got a few things to work out in my head what I'm going to do if the F-35s come back with nothing else starting up or any indication. So could be a case of just being on standby here. Maybe we could just have a quick stream and then just be on standby. But I'll get that gut feeling going. I'll see what we're going to do. It's extremely busy here at the moment with plane spotters, aviation enthusiasts. Wibbs, how you doing? That was a red kite earlier. So we've got one more show to do this week. We are back somewhere tomorrow for another show. So keep your notification bell button on, and I'll put on the schedule later on today, where you'll know where we are tomorrow. There's a lot of dust there, look at that. I tell you what, a nice nice moody shot through there. But yep, hopefully we'll get some more startups. You never know, might get F-15s, we still don't know. It's just one of those things where you just sit back and wait. Might get F-15s, we might not. Didn't even know we were going to get F-35s today. Might not even get the C-17. It is the nature of military aviation. That's what you do, you just turn up and see what you can catch. It's a big sea out there. It's a big river. But make sure you bring plenty of tea or coffee, and it will all be good. Oh yes. Oh, it's getting nice now, isn't it, the weather? Oh, it's lovely. God, this morning was pretty awful. God, it's lovely now, that sun. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? So what have we got coming up then? Well, we haven't got REAP, but our next show event will probably be end of July weekend. Will be Bruntingthorpe for a bit of English Electric Lightning and a bit of Canberra. I know, we're going to go back in time. Check that out, to the 50s and 60s for a bit of Canberra and a bit of English Electric Lightning. And then we'll be at Old Buckenham. We're not going to be live, but we will be there getting some footage like we normally do at Old Buckenham. That's always quite nice. And I'll try and fit in a little visit to the Mac Loop between sort of now and the end of the month, if I can do that. And then once we roll over into August, we've got the 1st of August, we got East Kirkby, and followed by mid-August we've got Eastbourne, where we'll be giving you the Ted Coningsby experience from a rooftop somewhere. And then after that, just trying to think what else we got. Once we roll over into September, we will have, well, we'll be at the BBMF Members Day. And then we've got our annual trip to Lossiemouth with a little detour via the lakes on the way back home. October, or at least November, we've got, if it all goes ahead, we've got, sorry, September, we've still got possibly a little bit of Cobra Warrior from Waddington. And in October, well, that time of end of air show season, isn't it? And then November, if it all goes ahead, we've got York Night at Leeming. And then December, and then end of November, we've got our Ted Coningsby International Air TED Do TAP 4.0, our end of year party. We've still got about 35 tickets left. That's all we've got. Tickets are available. It's at the Petwood Hotel in Woodhall Spa. Come and join us for some fun raffle and all charity auction. We'll be raising money this year for the number 17, because it's local to Ted, number 17 Coningsby Air Cadets. And we'll also have any latest and greatest Ted Coningsby merch, live performances, and we can't guarantee it. We have them every year, but we can never guarantee it. But we do usually have VIPs. And then yeah, and then it's December, and then it's another anniversary of flight. on the 17th of December. Someone's special birthday on that day. And then we roll into January and that's another year. Amazing, isn't it? Remco de Vray, how you doing? Davey, how's it going? Hope you're all good. Just tuning into ATIS. Patterns and points are currently closed, which is a bit of a shame, but that's at the moment. That's on the latest ATIS. I will check it. ATIS gets updated every hour or so. The automatic terminal information service, where pilots will be able to tune into an aerodrome, whether it's civilian or not, civilian or military. They can tune in to ATIS, and it has all the details. In fact, let me have a little tune in. I'll just put you on the latest ATIS, which is Juliet, information Juliet. Now it's really important, that is.
2.13, altimeter 3005, runway 23 in use, expect ILS approach, RFC dry, patterns and points closed, alternate airfield Mildenhall, advise on initial contact, you have information Juliet. Lakenheath Tower, information Juliet.
So, information Juliet. Now, a little bit... Just, sorry, one second, let me just turn that off a minute. So yeah, just slight differences with Royal Air Force style. So we usually say diversion airfield, but alternative airfield, same thing. ATIS, so it stands for Automatic Terminal Information Service, and it's a continuous information broadcast that you can just, any pilot that will use that, just give you a little bit of information on that. It's really important, and it's really useful as well, and very, very useful for a pilot that's approaching any aerodrome. They can, like Heathrow, Gatwick, Stansted, Norwich, here, Waddington, anywhere will have an ATIS, and pilots can tune in to the local frequency of that particular automatic terminal information service, abbreviated as ATIS. Okay, pilots can tune in, and it's updated every 30 to 60 minutes, or if there's been a significant change. Now, we heard information Juliet. It goes A to Z. It's alphabetical, done in phonetics. So the first one was Alpha, then Bravo. So Juliet. The next one will be Hotel. Now, you may hear, if you've got a radio, a pilot coming in on approach saying, I'm coming in on information India, and the air traffic control will say, no, we're information Juliet. Now, the information that the pilot heard on India could be outdated. The runway could have changed, okay? The wind direction could have changed. There could be crosswinds, there could be a particular void that they need to be aware of. It tells you, literally, it tells the pilot everything. Now, if it's it'll also tell you the time. So when they said information Juliet, and it will be in Zulu, okay, GMT, it will give you the time in GMT. So for example, if it was if it said information Juliet, Lakenheath ATIS 08
23:05. Okay, so that's 9:05 local. Okay, the best thing the pilot can do, knowing that they've got 2 minutes left, they're better off tuning in 2 minutes time, so that it can be updated. Does that make sense? So if it's nearly an hour to go, the pilot is better off just tuning in a minute later, just for it to roll into the next one. Does that make sense? Because otherwise they could have the wrong info. So you could hear, I don't know, speed 123 entering Point Charlie on information Echo. Okay, but we could be on information Foxtrot, which is the latest, and air traffic control will say no, we're on this. It could even be information Golf. We're going to skip 2 because we could have had 2 drastic changes. So let's have a little look if you heard that. So they'll tell you the runway in use. So runway 23, we heard that. They'll also say the color code as well. So there's different color codes for the color for the visibility. Okay, you will need to get you a chart for that, but there is actually a color code. So blue is good, red not so good, yellow, and I think there's information. I think there's code black, which is like completely horrendous, and it's done on visibility. There's also surface wind and wind information, so that will give you the direction, okay, and speed in knots. So it will most likely say, I don't know, I'm going to make this up, I don't know, wind 0 to 8. Okay, so that means 28 degrees it's coming from. All right, so that's kind of like northeast. And the speed's in knots, so it will say, actually, should we listen to it? Might be a lot easier. Should we see what the wind is here? Should we listen to that?
RFC dry. Adamson Point closed. Alternate airfield Mildenhall. Advise on initial contact. You have information Juliet. Lakenheath Tower information Juliet. 0755 Zulu observation. Wind 280 at 17.
Wind 280 at 17. So it's coming from 280 degrees. Okay, so from the west. And it told you the speed in knots, which my brain has gone. It'll also give you the gust information as well. Okay, so you got color codes, you got visibility, instruments on the airfield, measured in meters, the horizontal visibility, cloud cover, scattered or broken, what height to be free of the cloud, the outside air temperature. There's also dew point, the latest QNH, the QNH, which is the local air pressure in millibar inches of mercury. There's also additional info we may have heard. You may have heard the ILS information, ILS approach, patterns and points are closed. We heard that on Juliet. So maybe information hotel might say pattern and points open. Bird activity, diversion airfield, which we've heard, which they said alternative airfield. Also, you may hear bingo. Bingo is not necessarily a display. There's a lot of misconception about what bingo is. Bingo in military is minimum fuel. If you are an aircraft that's got minimum fuel, you are in bingo. Okay, now you may hear bingo plus 10. That means you need to allow 10 minutes if you're on minimum fuel. Now, there's a lot of misconception that it means a display slot. It's not, because I've been there with a bingo slot, on the ATIS. Bingo means minimum fuel. If you are an aircraft on bingo, and it will tell you how many minutes that it's closed for and what time. Okay, so it will tell you that. Again, all in Zulu. So Lakenheath Tower, speed 123, Point Charlie, low approach on runway 23 on information Echo. Ed and Rapcon will go Lakenheath Tower, speed 123, this is LN Tower, we are information Foxtrot now. All right, so they'll then need to listen to it. I hope that made a bit more sense for you. So the reason why there's sometimes a display of some sort, because it can be BMF displays, is the fact that if you are an aircraft on minimum fuel, there's going to be, let's say there is a display, they can't really come in on an emergency minimum fuel. There's an aircraft doing a display. All right, so you may also hear type 1, 2 or 3 embargoes, restrictions. So it's quite useful for a pilot that's coming into land and going, oh, we're on bingo fuel, maybe we'll try a diversion airfield or something, you know. So it's to allow for any emergencies as well on minimum fuel, so to allow them 10 minutes if it said plus 10. So bingo plus 10 at 9:45 Zulu. All right, so I hope that cleared up a bit more information for you.
nice today, though, that's nice. Nice to pin them out and not being nasty, but nice to pin them out. I'll tell you another thing, right? You know the North Norfolk coast? You know all the cliffs coming down? If you pick one spot, that's going to come in right up. They ain't no wind. You can't protect it, you've got to let it go. Well, last night, they parked all the way on there, both all out. Well, they shouldn't park. They shouldn't park there. You've got to park there, that's all of it.
So aircraft are on their way back.
how many people work for your farm then, boy? You got many people work for you?
Well, we obviously work there.
Yeah. You got any pickers? Well, all the trees over there, don't they? Let's pick leaves, we do, don't we? You do that?
Coningsby, down there, where the farm's built down there, probably.
Yeah. The leaf picking, stuff like that. You cut the picking them, they've got the level. Oh. Well, I'll think you could do that then. Yeah. All the old picking. You've got 15 minutes, yeah?
What's that?
Yeah, people, isn't it? You like people? You like push the belly, isn't it? Right on. Good on. Yeah. That's it. Don't rush around, do you? Don't get nowhere, rush around. You've got to be on. Thank you for everything.
So we got our aircraft, our F-35s, RTB, or some of them are at least. So it could be on a straight in using the ILS runway 23.
I don't believe that. Another cobra. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and
I've just got the clear to land.
Okay, they're just visible just now in the distance.
It's still blowing dust on it. Yeah, the water gun.
Well, from this site, looks like there's a little bit of crosswind. Definitely a bit of crosswind, right? What did the wind direction say? 280. Waddington there. go. Some lovely shots. I'm just going to check ATIS, see if that's been updated. Oh, wow, information November. Oh, patterns and points open now. Okay, cool. So we're on information November, so it went from Juliet, Kilo, Lima, Mike, and now November. So there's been quite a few changes.
Clear at 3004, traffic southwest, 8 miles eastbound, out to 5,000 approach. Line of no cause for 3004, traffic southwest, 8 miles south, out to 5,300.
Gary, how you doing? Welcome to the Fighter Squadron. Thank you very much. Blue Lightning Bird, you're most welcome. Hope you enjoy your day. So for those that don't quite understand what patterns and points are, okay, so let's have a little look around. So we've got point Charlie, point Bravo, point Delta. So if a pilot, say speed 123, point Charlie, then the aircraft will be approaching from over here. This is point Charlie, and we'll go into downwind. If it's going to be runway 05, it will turn this way. If it's 23, it will turn that way. That's a point. There's also point Delta over there. There's also point Bravo just somewhere down that way. Okay, those are points. Now if they're closed, there's only one way to enter from runway 23, and that's over here. So either using the ILS or a straight-in approach. Okay, so if the points are closed, then you can only come in this way. All right, so whatever reason, I don't know the reason behind it, but there could be some issues. There could be it could be a NOTAM over the points where they're doing some work, or an aircraft is doing some practicing, hang gliding, whichever. Okay, so those are the points. So if they're closed, they can only come in. And then obviously from the opposite, if they were using 05, they could only come in from this way. All right, now patterns is literally an imaginary circuit, let's say, around. Okay, so so we've seen an F-35 come in on a low approach, come around to do some pattern work. Okay, working the pattern, doing some circuits. Sometimes you'll hear, how many circuits do you require? I require 4 circuits, which means the aircraft is going to do 4 circuits. Literally working the pattern. So if the pattern is closed, it's literally, you can only come in on a straight-in approach, which is why it's important to listen to the latest and greatest ATIS, because information Juliet said it was closed. All right, so that's what they mean. It's not a free-for-all. It's telling the pilots who are coming here to say, look, you can't come in from any of these points, you need to come in this way. All right, there could be Mildenhall could be having some doing some I don't know, there could be Mildenhall traffic using the points, I don't know, but now it's open, so we can do that. Circuits, I think we had some tree felling over here, so it was saying like some of the points were closed from where they were doing the tree felling. It could interrupt the work, so there you go. There are reasons behind it. I'm not at liberty, I don't know, I wasn't privy to the conversation. But yeah, that's what that means anyway. So if you hear patterns and points closed, if the patterns are closed, then you're not going to get any low approaches. But the update on ATIS was that it was open again. Yeah, it's a little bit windy out here, so I mean, you can have a look at the windsock, look. Windsock almost fully horizontal, which indicates 25 miles per hour.
people hurt with the field all today, so so we did last night. Well, what do you meant your intentions? You did two come in last night.
Mind you, the ones with these stripes, the white and red stripes, if I remember correctly, it used to be in 3 or 5 knot intervals. But yeah, so I'll tell you what, I'm going to go and get some facts correct on that one. I can't remember whether that's 17 miles per hour max speed or 25. I had this impression it was 5 miles per hour per ring. So, you know, on the stripes, the pilots could literally just use it as a quick reference for any crosswind. So if it's constantly up and down, then it kind of suggests some gusting winds. But this is obviously constant. Do you know what? I totally forgot what it was. I always do this. I can't remember whether it's 3 knots or 5 miles per hour per interval. So because there's 5 sections, 5, 25 miles per hour. But then if it's 3 knots per ring, that's 21 knots. So maybe you might know the answer to that. Sorry, 15 knots. My maths isn't very good today. Sorry, if it's 3 knots, but if it's 5 knots per one. Oh, is it correct? Is it? Okay, thank you. I just totally forgot. I can never remember it because I've read somewhere. It's alright. I've seen a video from a pilot. I'm sure he said 5 miles per hour or 5 knots or 3 knots. I get confused. Looks I've got a F-35 doing a low approach at Mildenhall.
What you doing?
see the 18.
Oi, oi!
I wouldn't put a hole for the fence over there. I'll go there for you. You will. They do have standards, don't they? They think they'll put a hole in the fence for standards. Would you do that? Why should I go to the airport? Yeah. You didn't have to go, you used to live in there, didn't you? Years ago.
The other side was the one straight.
Yeah, the AA box. Come up that road. Around the airport. No, talk together.
You went back to your old place now, you just couldn't make it and everything. Still everywhere, isn't it? Everywhere. It's not everywhere.
We're into the terminal.
Two bombs.
020 on the heading for report.
Don't go there.
Traffic service, proceed direct 30 sector 6 and have deadly 04, squad 0413.
When you go coming out, oh boy, before you go, Mr. Andrews. Yeah, I know.
04, you read our contact 50 miles northeast Lakenheath under traffic service 003 west for 240.
It's a lot busier than what it is. I'd rather live more.
Would you want another runway there? One more you want?
The thing is, where I live, it doesn't mean the deck was because the airport.
Yeah, yeah. Where we do then go down on that long road. Stick to the M3. Okay. Half a coat. A lot of people tap their cars in there, yeah? 2 streets. Tap the cars in there. They should do that.
Well, it's time to take the hoodie off, as the weather wasn't that great earlier this morning. It's now turning into a nice sunny day.
Well, what did it say? Good?
Yeah, it was alright.
No tea?
No tea, no sausage, no burgers. We had the last two.
Did it? Yeah. It's well over. They don't have one, is it? Yeah.
God, it's a bit dusty over there. I'm starting to feel it from over here. Right, let's have a look over here. There's our very deceiving heat haze there. Can't tell where that's coming from, whether it's coming from the engines or... I mean, they're not pointing upwards, so my guess is probably just a bit of general heat haze, not from the engines. But you never know, might be an APU running, and who knows. Looks like a low approach over at Mildenhall by the look of it. Thanks, man. Point Charlie as well. Over there, there's our points.
Beautiful.
Just under his yearly wage. Yeah.
Well, driving around in this, isn't it?
Well, don't need that. Let me check the tank here. We are. Hell, boy, well, I'm pretty sure this one's right though. Usually, if no, thank God it's not, I'm gonna go. Question for you, Nicholas.
Hello.
When you was a boy, F-111, when did that plane crash over?
Oh, I
You was
don't.
only a boy then?
Yeah, I don't know, but I've got the details somewhere down there. I do have a book on that actually. Yeah. Are you trying to remember the date?
Not the actual date, but sort of year.
One sec. I can.
You know, I was away on holiday at the time.
Was it in Norfolk? Was it?
Yeah.
I'll see if I've got it here. I've got a list of them all.
Right.
If I've got the book still.
Yeah,
No, but I've seen one up in Scotland though. There was one up in Scotland because we got.
I'll have a look on it.
Going to need part 2 of this one. He has got all the relics and stuff, but it looks like mountains of the UK and Ireland. That'll be right. It's not on it.
Do you think that's it for today?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if they're all back.
Big day tomorrow, and
Yeah.
I'll be on. Where do you want it for?
Tomorrow, I probably might do Coningsby.
Yeah.
Have a little look. That one might. Yeah, I haven't got any.
Right, yeah. I'm going to flex my web man. You got new thing in loads, haven't you?
It's successfully ejected. It's that one, right?
Yeah.
There was no. Yeah.
No fade up.
No, that's the one. Yeah.
Round door, yeah. So say where it was? Wide?
There's another one actually here. There's another one in 1981.
Right.
I hope you should have been alright.
This one's out there.
Yeah, I've got one. I've got a massive book at home of everything in the UK, but that's at home. But that one I just keep going on my little adventures out in the moors somewhere to see if there's anything around.
Yeah.
That's too bad, yeah.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Okay, what's in that then? You be careful.
Yeah.
All right, boy, let's go then.
Dead.
What's your website for it on YouTube? Huh?
No, they're not all back.
That's what you want, boy.
Yeah, right, let's get back up.
You love it, boy.
Okay, so a low approach coming up from this F-35. If I can see it in this bright light, give me a sec. There is one, definitely. Low approach as well.
certainly worked on my back there a little bit. A bit of Pilates going on there for me. Good one, wasn't it? So that's gone into high key, which is anywhere between 7,000 and 10,000 feet. So they're going to be practicing a PFO, a precautionary flame out. They do that quite a lot here. There's a designated space in the skies to carry out such manoeuvre, which is a PFO, precautionary flame out. So it's simulating a flame out. Again, for those who don't know, the engine has not stalled, it's a flame out. So basically the engine's running, just not combusting any fuel. Injecting more fuel won't actually do anything. You need to scoop up as much air as possible and drop your aircraft like a glider. So it's pretty challenging. And to simulate this, pilot will put it into idle to simulate it. Nice, look at this. Engine back on, PFO successful. Look at this. Oh, the control! Beautiful. Oh, thank you. Did someone just say Emmerdale Farm? I've never heard that programme here. Why would you bring up Emmerdale Farm? That's brilliant. That's cool. I like that. How do you associate Emmerdale Farm with Lakenheath? Awesome.
haven't been up here for years, but you are all the time.
I'm here quite regularly, yeah.
Yeah. That's great.
Yeah, it's good. Good. Yeah, nice
I always
day.
know there's if I'm testing any video stuff at work, I just put Ted Coningsby on because I know it's always going to be live and it's working.
Oh, nice. Oh, cool.
No 810s, I don't think.
No, not today.
No.
Oh well.
They were saying up there that there's some people around it, but they're not really doing anything. Monday then?
Yeah, if they're open.
Yeah, well, I think because it's Saturday is their holiday, so I think today will be half day, tomorrow will be Thursday.
Yeah, it is possible for Monday. It is.
Yeah, but then the other people who have been on rest later in the week will also be able to go off.
Yeah,
good.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Nice one. Thank you. I think that's them all back. Well, don't forget to hit the like button and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you've all enjoyed today. I think that could be it for us for today. If there's going to be any more, I'll speak to the boss, Ted. Ted will know. Roger Payne, thank you very much for your 32 months membership with the Ted Coningsby channel. Thanks for what you do, TCS crew. Thank you very much indeed. Guards march to you. James Connolly, thank you very much for 11 months membership. Morning, one and all. Oi, oi. Gary, thank you very much. High five. Thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Also, Gary, thanks a lot. High five. Thank you for joining our Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. Eagle 8296 with 27 months membership. I rarely get a chance to watch live, but I'm here. Woohoo! Gary, thanks a lot as well. High five, Gary, for gifting another Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. Remco DeVray celebrating 23 months of membership. Proud and happy to be part of this. Thanks everybody. You're most welcome. Jeff Light 1919 with 31 months membership. Oi oi guys. Also, Derek AF15, thanks a lot for your 7 months membership. Oil, great to be here with you all. Right, now it's just one of those throw the dice moments where we have to make that decision, don't we, Teddy? I mean, we could go and just wait here for a little bit. Just see what happens. Oh gosh, it's still quite, there's a little bit of, the wind's calmed down a little bit, it's just a little bit gusty. Well, the AWCU is just doing a few checks at the moment, so we can only wait.
Whereabouts?
Oh, right, gosh, it's that bad.
So there's still a squadron, a squadron F-35 base there. It's our farm again. I think I'm pretty much right. That's our script. and then base manager, sorry, base commanding officer, this is chief master sergeant, and you're a chap with that. It's a really interesting guy, Colonel Goddard. He was telling me that one of those anti-Russian guys who's also at the States, was you think they're going to be going to scrap? No, they're putting
Right, let's make that choice. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? So it's time to make that that choice, and yeah, it's time to make that decision now. And I think me and Ted and I are probably going to finish up and call it a day.
Hello.
I think I've got them already.
Yeah, sorry. You know, you probably come about an hour late. It was leaving you people an hour ago. It was. When the aeroplane flies. There's nothing at the moment. Thank you, ladies, anyway. Cheers. Just be on the right man.
Yeah, I think so. How's it going, ladies, gents, teddy bears? And yeah, it's that sort of time now where we've got to kind of make that decision now, isn't it? So, I mean, the runway is still open. It could be open for the C-17, but when that will be, no one knows. How we doing? And hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Lakenheath for, it feels like a Friday, but it's not. So we we're here. We came to see some F-15s, didn't see any today, so never mind. But no worries, that's the way it is. But we did get some amazing flying from our F-35s, which they all did quick climbs this morning, which was good. And it was nice to have the patterns and points open as well, so that was kind of good as well. Right, Ted and I will do the, there's a couple of guards marches to do before we finish up. We will be, there is a show tomorrow. I'll decide where we're going to be later on tonight when I get back. I'll have a little look, see what's going on, see what aerodromes are closed, and carry on from there. But what we'll do, we'll probably finish the show, and what I'll do, I'll wait for a couple of hours just in case there's something else. Who knows? That's the thing. But it's just feels like there's going to be a bit of a long wait with anything. But hey, in the meantime, check out our videos, and of course do check out tedconingsby.co.uk for the latest and greatest merchandise and info, and check out the No Teds as well. And yeah, make sure you hit the notification bell button as well, so you'll be notified of all the latest and greatest live streams and videos. Right, I'm just going to get Teddy. Teddy, come on, mate. Teddy will be doing some guards marches. I believe there's a few. Looks like we've got another Fighter Squadron member as well. Nice. Our Fighter Squadron membership, our Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron membership was put together thanks to all of you who supported the channel outside. And what I mean by that, there was a few of you that were donating outside of the channel, which was absolutely amazing. And I set it up just for you guys and girls. So, oh, by the way, I'll be right back. I've just got to catch up with someone. Hang on, I'll be right back. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm rushing to go and hang some flags.
Are you off? Are you?
No. I'm just going to take the car because it's a long way.
Ah, how are you?
I'm good.
It's fine. Just how are you? You all right?
we get a photo? If it's okay,
Sure. One second.
Yeah, you're good. Oh, why not?
Oh, I've got to get Ted.
Got to get Ted on, haven't we? Thanks very much.
All right.
Appreciate that.
No
Yeah.
worries.
Thanks, Thanks, you busy?
Yeah, we good.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Very good. Yeah, I might just finish up and just chill out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Don't think there's nothing else happening?
I don't know. The runway's still open, but
Yeah.
other than that, I mean, we've done this before where we waited at it and it stayed open for the C-17.
Yeah. We've been here since Tuesday, never been here before, so
Yeah.
long days.
Yeah.
The F-15 last week. The 8th the day before.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, it's alright, it's good, isn't it? Appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
We live in Bristol, so we don't get to see a lot of this.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Bristol Airport.
Yeah. So we don't get to see a lot of this. Have you? Yeah. Oh, really?
I was born there. So,
Oh, were you?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
no way.
I've had many holidays from
Yeah.
there. Yeah, good memories.
That's good team.
you live local here now?
You know.
Oh, not too bad then. Yeah. You're always nothing.
Part of it though.
It is.
Part of it.
You do it full time?
Yes.
Do you?
Just got to make that decision whether I'm staying or going.
Yeah.
Or part 2 for later.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Cool. All right then. No worries. Oh.
You know if it's still on the A10s here?
There are A10s here. Is that the there's 3? Five.
Yeah, I thought I got 5 when I was
Yeah. A bit weird before, it could be 4 and 4, but obviously the 2 more A10s came in last night, so that's what made it up to the 5. And we thought they were going to go in the day, but the basic shops and all that.
Oh yes.
Because the 4th of July being on Saturday, and they have it every day.
Yeah.
Remember that.
I kept reading the late news and after their trip over, and then they had so many days recuperation before they travel on.
Yeah.
You know. I wonder. Sort of one to tick off, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I know, they've got a van box in there, so that's quite good. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I think
Oh, the runway is still open. So what should we do? Stay till midday or something? 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock? I don't know. As I'm going to stay here anyway, I might just stay here for a little bit. What was that noise?
I don't think that was a great surprise.
No.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. So one of the things I noticed when I first came here, see if I can be not too intrusive, but all this sand. There's so much sand. If you've ever noticed that about here, loads of sand in the whole vicinity. Even if you just sort of scrapes the edges along here, tons of sand. And if you go to the nature reserve down at Maids Cross, what looks like at first some sort of crash site, you know, with a crater, and this is all because of a, shall we say, a Pleistocene, a Cretaceous period, due to the Bitham River, named after the Castle Bitham, or Bytham. I'm not actually sure how to pronounce that. I'm always getting it wrong, but it's either Bitham or Bytham, 50-50 in it. And there used to be a river that doesn't exist anymore, and it used to run from, let's say, Stratford upon Avon, through Leicester, through Castle Bytham, and large parts of it would then bleed out into the North Sea through Sholdham, Lakenheath, Mildenhall, and sort of in between sort of Norwich and Pakefield, and it would then bleed out into the North Sea. So due to the Cretaceous period and the Ice Age and you know the glaciation, if that's even a word, the Anglian glaciation, I know, and it's what's left of it, which is why we're left with a lot of sand here. So just in case you didn't know, that is why. And there were numerous quartz and gravel deposits and carboniferous chert as well, which originate from the Midlands, and obviously with the Ice Age finishing off and leaving what's left is the sand. And then down at the Maid's Cross, during the Bronze Age and Neolithic times, through ages gone by, man was using it as a mining for quartz, mining for flint, and all the other chalk as well. And obviously during the Norman period they brought over the rabbits, and the rabbits, hence this is why it's called Lakenheath Warren in the vicinity. That ground kind of became a little, not unstable, but ended up looking like some sort of crash site, tons of craters, and it's what's left behind from all the rabbits and man's intervention. And it's amazing, really. And I do have something here that's what's left, which is kind of cool for those who like to know, because of course over this side of things, when we mentioned briefly the tower, it used to be on this side, and it was at the site of the original tower, and there still is a natural spring. In fact, thanks to the 48th Civil Engineer Squadron and the volunteers of the Civil Engineer, the 48th, they've been doing some archaeological digs, and they've been finding all sorts dating back from the Bronze Age, Neolithic periods, that kind of thing. And one of the things that's striking for Lakenheath is over 427 graves that were found. I know, and one of them being, of course, the Lakenheath Warrior, which we haven't mentioned for a long time actually. We're talking about so many digs that were found that it's rather amazing. I'm going to show you an item really that was found from here, which is kind of cool. I'm kind of proud of it to have that. I can't believe I sourced it out, but I managed to get a piece, which was kind of cool. Yeah, they found about 427 graves, 6 men buried with swords, 2 with horses, 3 minstrels, men buried with liras, 1 man buried with a quiver of arrows. There were a total of 96 females that were found. Glass beads, about 2,500 glass beads. And there is, when I first started coming here, I'll show you this little sign over here. When I first started coming over here, there's a sign just here. I don't think we'll be able to read it. It's this one here. And it says that, this is an archaeological site, some medieval surroundings, and this aircraft viewing area has almost like a ring ditch around the whole vicinity, a bit like Stonehenge as well. A lot of stone circles were made with a ring ditch around it. Avebury is another one. That's a classic example. I know we're going into the stone circles and monoliths, that kind of thing, but that tradition passed on, and it wasn't uncommon to have a ring ditch. Even if you think about the Moat and Bailey castles, there's a ring ditch there, whether it was for defence, whether it was some kind of earthwork, who knows what the purpose of it was for. But what I have got that I can show you from the archaeological digs, I mean, it started off in the 50s with a lady named by the name of Lady Briscoe. She was the founder of Mildenhall Museum, and you can see the Lakenheath Warrior. And this is what I love about the Lakenheath Warrior story, is that there is a strong connection with military here, dating back to the medieval period, and who knows, maybe even further than that. And what I've got here, it's a medieval bronze clothing harness mount. So it's a clothing harness mount, and it's from this area. Look at this, dating back 1600 years ago from this very place. I mean, that's quite stunning, isn't it? I've had a look at some diagrams and pictures from books and online, and it looks like it would have had another piece here which would have interlinked to become harness, but some lovely detail on that. Look at this. What was the story? Who wore this? But the Lakenheath Warrior is a classic because it's a man buried with his horse, 5'10", with sword, shield. I mean, what's left is just the shield boss, the centre part. It's got amazing history, archaeology, the geography of here. It is really just amazing. You got so much time period. You got lots of, the Maid's Cross, so much, geography there. It's just amazing. It is an absolute satisfying of all genres. And you can actually see the Lakenheath Warrior at the Mildenhall Museum. I think it's open now. This is, when I say Mildenhall Museum, I mean not in the base, it's actually in the town, which is kind of cool. So it's amazing what you can obtain in these parts, right? It really is. But yeah, Lady Briscoe, she did the first archaeological digs with the help of the Suffolk and the approval of Suffolk County Council archaeological unit. Amazing, but amazing. And yeah, buried with his horse, and you can still see the Lakenheath Warrior today at the Mildenhall Museum. So go and check that out. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
Is it? Oh no, after that might be on the ground there.
Yeah, so before I did this, I was a bit of an Indiana Jones, and I know it's a little bit off topic, but I came across my original portfolio back in the days, from back in like late 90s, 2000s, and I was fascinated by stone circles, and that could have been a potential YouTube channel. You never know, might retire doing that, who knows, but it was something I was fascinated in. And I don't know about you, but when I grew up, I was always under the impression, and this is what started it for me, it was a visit to Stonehenge, right? And I was under the impression that it was the only stone circle ever, like ever. And then one of the volunteers at the English Heritage said, oh yeah, you can go to Woodhenge, which is next to it, which is what they thought were wooden posts, possibly making another stone circle. Who knows, maybe it was a diagram for it, you know, like something to work with, because it's almost identical where the posts are. I won't bore you with all of that part, but the fact that one of the volunteers said, yeah, you got Avebury, and he started throwing out all these names of stone circles, I was like, what? So I went in the gift shop and bought myself a stone circle book, and I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. It's like, why all my life? Why up to my 20s I thought the Stonehenge was the only stone circle in the world ever? And well, Britain, and then that's what it began. I went to Avebury, and then I started to, was it Megalithic Portal, which is still going today, a website. There was all these stone circle websites that I came across, and I kept going from stone circle to stone circle. And by the way, this is before Google Maps, but this is before any of these things, you know. Yes, there was OS maps that I used to print out. We're talking about dial-up speeds here as well, where it took an hour to see one stone loading up on the screens. Yeah, so it was fascinating. And then long barrows, bell barrows. There's lots of barrows. So these graves would have been a bell barrow form, a type of burial for one person, and you come across long barrows, which are more communal. West Kennet long barrow. But yeah, and I will get to the aviation side of things, but it's just a little bit of background about myself. I was very fascinated of all these types of burials, stone circles, and one of the things that's intriguing is that you just don't know we don't really know. But I had my own theories as well. I mean, so stone circles, what were they doing in there? And they did find some form of something remain, like ash. Found ash. They found some human remains, animal bones. They found all sorts of things. But so if you want to hear my theory, you know, I don't mind sharing that with you. So if you think about it, and this is what led my fascination with stone circles, right? If you've got a stone circle here, and then a stone circle there. Now let's just rewind that a minute, okay? There are lots of churches in Britain. There are lots of churches in the world. Greece, one island, Santorini, has over 120 churches, right? Just hear me out for 1 minute. So you've got no internet, you've got no advertising, television, anything like that. Well, not that we know of, right? You never know, right? So if you've got a stone circle at, let's say, the stones of Stennes, Callanash in the Outer Hebrides. So wait a minute, you've got a stone circle, let's go all the way down to the Penzance area. You've got the Merry Maidens in, I still remember the names, Boscawen Un is amazing. It's got a quartz stone in the middle It looks like a massive sundial. But I'll get to the point because it is quite fascinating. If you've got stone circles all the way down at Land's End, let's say, and then stone circles in the Outer Hebrides, what does that tell you? And when you think about it, you can't just go down the pub and go, lads, let's go and build this thing. These stones only weigh 4 tons, we'll be all right. There must have been a good reason for them, okay? You could say, you know, what I'm getting at is you can't, there had to be something significant and something special to them. You can't just go and build a stone circle, you can't. Was it houses? No real proof of that, okay, because there were round houses, but that's another story. That's for my next YouTube channel. But my point is the fact that you've got Land's End, Outer Hebrides, and of course in Europe you've got Brittany, loads in Brittany, stone circles, and the fact there was no form of social media or anything, internet, anything like that, just for me says that it's more of a practice that was quite religious in a way, and they were clearly able to they were quite nomadic by the sound of it. They were able to travel, they were able to go, so that spreading the word of it must have been so important and an instinct for the human being to go from Land's End to Outer Hebrides building the same structure. It is fascinating. So for me personally, in my own theory, it must have been something quite special to them, and I would have thought, I know it's easy just to put your finger on it and just say religion, okay, it's easy to do that, but let's face it, I mean, what else could it be? I mean, was it something, or even, and there was another thing as well, another interesting factor is that something that they believed in, because a lot of these do align with something, but then when you start going in, they're aligned with something, in the end, not a bit funny, something is going to align with something. So, you know, so my point with the churches is the fact that there were loads, even medieval periods. I'm not talking about the modern ones, I'm talking about the ones that in the sort of 11th century, they were still building them, so it was obviously quite important to them to build a church. So my theory was it's obviously important for them to build a stone circle, and it would spread, so word of mouth, and it was something, you know, quite it was something that was obviously quite important to them to do it. The hurlers on Bodmin Moor, that's a good one, that's 3 circles in an alignment. Menantol, which was believed, I don't know if you've ever come across Menantol, it's a stone with a hole in it. People thought, oh, it's some sort of, you know, I don't know, a healing stone, but the thing is they looked at it again and it actually made a stone circle. But anyway, I'm not going to go into too much detail with that. It's just fascinating. So I like the fact that it has a little bit of what I used to be into right here where I'm stood right now, so it's kind of amazing to talk about that. But yeah, feel free if you've got any questions about that. The prehistoric Britain is amazing. And then I started to get into burial chambers, Wayland Smithy, loads in and even Wales as well, Scotland, well, just basically the British Isles, just tons. Ireland, again, like I said, they it was obviously something important and something, you know, relevant to their life at that time. Some amazing thing. If you ever fancy a random day out, go to Avebury. Avebury's great. It's the biggest stone circle, I think, in Europe. Or at least it's the only stone circle, not only with a village in it, it's the only stone circle with a pub in the middle. These rocks, these stones are huge. They are massive, but something that I was into a long time ago, and it doesn't really leave me. And I found a portfolio the other day with photos that I took with my Olympus SLR. They're still there. I wrote the date on them and I used to give them a score. There was 3 marks, like ambience, accessibility, and I can't remember what the last one. I think it was just an overall rating. And so I used to rate them. I used to get this massive, like, long rope, measure all the stones, and man, it was it was pretty cool, man. I used to love doing that. A lot of the photos were clearly, obviously, in the rain, because it rains 380 days a year here in the UK. Yeah, it was amazing. A lot of it is in the fog. They were so eerie. And I used to have this map, and I used to put a little pin. I haven't got it anymore, but I used to put another dot on the map, and that's what I used to say. That was quite fun. That was cool. I really enjoyed that. It was good fun, really good fun. If you're into that, you know, on the historical side of things. But it's amazing to see what countries do, and you know, the fact that there was a natural, and there still is a spring here, which is why it's so special, because then you can go back and actually go and think about it, because when you got a water supply, it means that we can survive there. All right, water today we take it for granted pretty much as it's on tap, but to have a natural spring, that is almost like it's on tap. Where there's water, there's life. Where there's life, there's villages, and they expand. And I like the fact that we have a connection with military here with the Lakenheath Warrior. I love that. There was another find. There was another oi, oi. There was another Anglo-Saxon buried with the horse, but this particular one had all sorts of jewellery, decorations, and all sorts. And it's amazing as well what you find on the remains. It tells you a lot about who they interacted with. And I like that military connection, because clearly the Normans were here at some point. They brought the rabbits here and they spread. And this is the other cool thing. Why I like to link the Mad Hatters that are here, because there's a local story linked to here. And it's kind of true. If you ever heard the term mad as a hatter, well, the thing is, so go back to the Norman period, 11th century. They brought rabbits here for food. Well, rabbits kind of multiply every day. All right, so when you thought you had 5, there's actually now 5,000. And and they and the rabbits were responsible for the landscape here. Hence the Lakenheath Warren. There was also Eriswell Warren as well, I believe. And so with all these rabbits, yes, they would use them for food. We're talking about 18th and 19th century. There's a lot of game keeping here as well. And so when we go to the 19th, 20th century period, they were using the rabbit felt. Sorry, rabbit, but they did eat the thing. They would make the hats. I think it's either Thetford or Brandon. There was a hat making shop. A hat shop somewhere nearby here, related to Thetford, or at least related to this vicinity. But the way they would bond the rabbit felt would be with mercury. And the thing is, mercury in your bloodstream makes you mad as a hatter. And I like the fact that we got Mad Hatters here. So I like that story related to that. I think that's pretty cool. And it's related to here, that story, apparently. So I like that. When I was trying to tell you about the XXX story, I was finding all these theories that, hang on a minute, that doesn't quite add up. Do you know what? Rewind. Never ruin a good story. If it sounds good, keep it. Don't try and myth bust it. If it's a good story, that is, all right? The XXX story with 29 Squadron, I love that story. Can't be dealing with trying to ruin it. Because just don't ruin this story, because it's a good one and we like it that way. Right, what we got, 11:30. We're going to stay till about maybe midday. Might as well. I mean, I've got tons to talk about if you want. Loads of different stuff to talk about. So, you know me. Anyway, if you found any of that interesting, I know it's an aviation channel, but we all have other interests as well. I do like a broadened mind. Yeah, you never know, man. You never know. Oh, Phoenix Rising, I have, and I'm so glad I kept them. Aubrey Beryl, tons of Stone Circle books. You never know. Watch this space. Yeah, I just love all that. Well, the runway is still open, by the way. I've just checked ATIS and the PAPI lights are still on, so it could just be the C-17 going out, but might as well just wait. Might as well just stay put, see what we got going on.
Right? Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Wonderful weather, isn't it? Sorry? Some wonderful weather.
Yes, yes, yes.
That'll be it for today, do you think?
I don't know. I'll stay for another few minutes and
Yeah.
see how it goes. So yeah, I've even got a favourite stone circle if you ever want to visit it, if you're ever going to Dartmoor. Score Hill is my favourite stone circle. Why do I like it? I'm not really sure, just something about where it's situated. And one of the most interesting things that I found about Dartmoor is that there is no evidence of any Roman settlements on Dartmoor. As fearless as the Romans were and their reputation, they were quite scared, or at least it's known that they were scared of Dartmoor. So quite a safe place, Dartmoor, and very acidic, lots of granite, very acidic terrains. You don't get many trees out there, although there were on our plantations. Of course it was Dartmoor Forest. It's quite acidic, so not much remains of any finds. Yeah, Dartmoor stone circles are pretty good as well. Not many. Merivale, massive complex that I've been to, but Score Hill was a good one. Sorry, I've gone off topic again, haven't I? So we're going to stay till about sort of, I don't know, just after 12. Never go on the dot because something will start up straight away. So if I finish at 12, something will take off at 2 minutes past. Yeah, it is. I mean, even the construction is to actually build the thing. So here's a little, like, this is a bit of thought experiment, or at least a thesis. It's just a theory. All right. So here's the thing. The way. All right. So is that a wasp again? Wasps seem to like me. Here's the thing. So we're never going to really know exactly what stone circles were, or I mean, we have an idea, but it's not going to. We're never going to know. Burials and all that kind of stuff, and the design thought. Why the circle? Couple of things I was showing to a few people when we gather together as a group of people, we always form a circle. So look out for that. Next time you, I remember a group of us here were just congregated and we formed a natural circle. Circle seems to be the unbroken shape, right? But here's a cool thing. That it was a theory that I wrote about, and I thought, you know, they say that we don't really know about Stonehenge's design. They never wrote anything. You know, remember that they never wrote anything. Some ancient civilizations, there's still remnants of writings and hieroglyphics and other glyphics as well, monoglyphics as well, monoglyphs. Now, I'll tell you what, just quickly, I know I'm going off tangent. There was a guy I was following, bless him, he passed away in a really horrendous accident. It was a YouTuber I started to follow, and I was like, oh my gosh, how amazing. He sadly passed away in a horrific incident, and he was an inspiration for me to go to the Grand Canyon, because there was so many ancient civilizations in there. I never even realized that. But here's the thing, they always say that you know, ancient Egyptians, it was so far advanced, right? Okay, well, hear me out. They had to write something down, like on paper or whatever it was, the equivalent. They had to write something down. But here's a cool thing. It's just something to think about. So that we don't know about stone circles, Bronze Age people. We can't find any writings or whatever language they wrote, spoke, whatever, right? But here's a funny thing, right? So if there's no form of writing, and we're fascinated about the technology, how they got the rocks to move, the technology, where's all the technology? But here's a fun fact that I was writing the other day. How are human beings doing right now? All right, so medieval times, we were clearly, you know, we were writing stuff, paper, pen, ink, whatever, and typewriters. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting to where I need to be right now. Hang on a minute, hear me out. And then so typewriters, okay, then the computer come out, and now iPhones, in fact ebooks, whatever you want to call them, ebooks. So, and a lot of people are not writing, a lot of people are not reading books anymore. A lot of people are just reading a phone, reading an iPad. So if we hear me out, if we carry on like that, there'll be no more books to read. We don't need to write anything. We type stuff down on an electronic pad. Phones get smaller, thinner, larger, thinner, whatever. I mean, I'm just imagining in my head it's going to be a thin piece of glass. In fact, let's go 1,000 years time. We may even have something embedded in our skull, like I'm going towards Matrix here. But if we do that, are we then not going to write anything down? And then people in 5,000 years time will go, look at that masterpiece, look at that building there. This civilization never wrote anything down because all our technology was just on a piece of glass. So did prehistoric man have something that was so advanced that they left no trace? I know it's a bit far-fetched, but just a thought, because we could be going that way. So it was an interesting theory. You know, they find an F-15 from 5,000 years ago, and they think, oh, they never wrote anything down. No, we never wrote anything down because it was all tappy-tappy. So there you go, just a random, a Nikos theory. So I love stuff like that. Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember that, bless him, that YouTuber and his wife carried on making the videos, what she found. It was very sad, by the way. I can't remember his name, you know. I mean, I'm not, gosh, what was his name? I couldn't believe it. I was so into it. You've probably mentioned it already on the screens. So yeah. So Bronze Age Neolithic monuments are my thing secretly in the background, which is what I was into before aviation. And aviation, I was born and raised with it from Western Superman, the Western Air Festival. But it was just that moment in life. You know, there's always a little turning point, a trigger point in life. And going to Stonehenge was that time for me, because I could not believe it. I felt like I've been lied to all my life about the only stone circle in Britain. I was like, what? There's more? So I must have visited about, oh gosh, a few hundred stone circles and probably close to 1,000 in total of Bronze Age Neolithic monuments. Let me get you, oh, I forgot his name, bless him. What's his name? It's gonna bug me, that is now. Oh yeah, you alright?
Yeah?
Good.
Yeah, it's apparently some based assets coming back about one.
Sorry?
Apparently some based assets coming back about
Okay.
from deployment.
Cool.
Yeah, it's not activity around the 10s.
Okay, no worries, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what it is. Right, I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, see you in a bit. Thanks for that, mate. Cheers, buddy. Right, just found... Right, Desert Drifter. That's the guy. Bless him. Yeah, so I came across this channel called Desert Drifter. I mean, this guy is just amazing. I was getting so into it, and I am inspired to go to the Grand Canyon and do what he did. And then I couldn't believe it, and then I found out he passed away in a really horrific way. In fact, it wasn't even anything to do with the Grand Canyon. And this is the thing, you know, when you do extreme or on the borderline of dangerous activities, it wasn't that killed him. It was well, someone, well, I'll let you find that out. It can make you angry, but we'll leave it at that. But bless his wife, who found a lot of the footage that he didn't quite finish off making the video, so she made them for him. It's very emotional. The last video it got me, and it's very sad. And I was so, honestly, I felt like going to the Grand Canyon and just doing what he did and just finding and exploring all these places. Yeah, hiker trash. Yeah, man. Yeah, for those that know. So yeah, bless him. Rest in peace to Desert Drifter. Yeah, so imagine Ted doing the Grand Canyon and just going for it. There was even, I believe he found, right, I'm pretty sure he did this. Yeah, he did. I believe he found what he thinks was a World War II German spy that was over in America hiding in the Grand Canyon. And he oh, I mean, that I'm gonna, you know, I can link it with military side of things, and it was amazing that this whatever was left of this hideout was still there. It was amazing. I mean, you'd have to be brave to solo that. And he was finding all these like these oh, not hieroglyphs, I've got the name of it now, lithographs, is it lithographs?
where stone like paintings and stuff. It was absolutely just, it was out of this world. I really love it. If you're interested in that, that's definitely a catch up for you. Petroglyphs, that's the, thank you, yeah, petroglyphs, that's the one. Thank you for that. I should know that because pedro, it means stone in Greek. Or rock. Oh dear. Actually, that's where Peter comes from. The name Peter from stone, Pedros, or Petro or Petra, means a rock or a stone. Lithos is again another word for stone, but hence monolith. There you go. Cool, man. Thank you for that. This is good. I love the topic today. I'm loving the randomness. Free Orion, free. How you doing? Andrew Porter, oi oi to you. Let's have a bit more tea. Ellie Lider, how you doing? Ted glyphs, I love that. I love that, Ted glyphs. I'm not Ellie Lider, I'm not surprised there's stone circles in Australia. I'm not surprised. You know, it's just an instinct of human beings to do things like that, to make stuff like that. It's like yeah. Actually, that reminds me, I need to have a go on my didgeridoo. I do have one. I know.
Need to have a go on the old didge. Although I'm not very good at the breathing aspect of it, but circular breathing part is where I'm not that great. I mean, I can make the sound lovely, I can make little sounds, and I fail quite badly at the circular breathing part. But never mind. I should get on and practice a bit more for the breathing. Creswell Crags, no, haven't done that one. I found oh gosh, what was it? A Paleolithic cave, right on Monmouthshire. I think it's called King Arthur's Cave. I think it's called. I mean that's going back to Paleolithic. Yeah, I know. It's funny how had I discovered sort of like the YouTube world then, maybe that would have been my thing, which again, I'm so happy I've got so many photos and again, that's the trouble with technology as well, nothing's printed anymore, but fair play to those who actually do take photos and print them, because it's something that I think a lot more special. I think swiping across tons of photos takes for granted the beautiful albums that we used to print photos on, and they're a lot nicer and you frame them. I mean, my house is covered with photos, so I do love that. And fair play for those that do the aviation photography and print their best ones out. I do like that. It's good to print them out. Fair play to you. For those that print photos from holidays or make a book, even a little photo album book, they're quite nice as well. Bobby, how you doing? Oi oi to you. Heli Lider, thank you very much. Didgeridoo, for those who don't know, it's not actually called a didgeridoo. In its reality, it's Yidaki, I think. Yidaki? I can never remember how to pronounce it, but I know Yidaki is the real. I think there's some other names for it as well, isn't it? A Yiggy, is it? But or a Mago, but pretty sure it's Yidaki. We are learning some interesting stuff here. Carlos. Do you mind if I still call you Carlos, or should I just do Carlos E? And that was a funny conversation at Shuttleworth, that one. Carlos, how you doing, man? He's into his film photography. Yes, there is that. When you lose the entire film, that feeling. I like our little random conversations, it's pretty good. You can do a Q&A if you want, go for it, I don't mind. Sounds pretty good. Dave-O, me too. Me too. I think my mum feels a lot happier that I'm doing military aviation rather than my Indiana Jones style adventures. Even the waterfalls, and again that was another one that I did. Waterfalls of Britain. In fact, here's a little secret. Before this channel was called Ted Coningsby, because you'll notice the channel is maybe a year or two older than the actual videos of the aircraft, because, right, you ready for this? And I don't know if it was a good move. I will never know. I would never know this. But this channel was actually called Waterfalls of Britain. That was the original name, and then I changed it to Ted Coningsby. By the way, just thought I'd let you know, and it's really cool. You know when you discover your favourite band had an original name? I don't know, back in uni, it's like Coldplay were called Starfish, and they liked the name Coldplay and swapped it with the band Starfish, and then they swapped. They were called, Coldplay were called Star. I think Travis as well. I think when they called Glass Onion, and then they changed it to Travis. So yeah, so for hardcore fans out there, this one's for you. Ted Coningsby was called Waterfalls of Britain. I know, and I didn't start a new channel, I just changed the name, so I don't know whether that messed up the algorithm, but hey, here we are 134k later, it doesn't matter. But there you go, a little bit of cool info for you. And the reason for Waterfalls of Britain is I was going around Britain doing just that, finding waterfalls, because what it was, I did some long exposure with waterfalls, going to all these wonderful waterfalls around the country, and people were saying, oh, what country's that? Which country's that from? I was like, here in Britain. They're like, really? I'm like, yeah. And that's what inspired me to do it. And I was like, not many people know that Britain has tons of waterfalls. And think about it, it rains 380 days a year here, so we're going to have a lot of rain, and we're going to have a lot of waterfalls, and there are some absolutely spectacular ones. There really are some amazing ones. So yeah, but it didn't really go very well. In fact, I didn't really sell any pictures. It was not a success. I just gave up on that one, and Ted came along, and I even took there. I think there is if you go to the old archives, there is Ted at a waterfall. I even took Teddy along with me, and yeah, it was. I know, it's quite funny, isn't it? Yeah, I've still got my Instagram. I'm not doing anything with it. It's still there. I had an Instagram page called Waterfalls of Britain. It's the one with... there's actually two on there. One, I don't know what happened. One of them's just got like 1 or 2 photos. There was a bit of a debate whether I... what's going on here with this picture? Can you see that? That is... wow, sparkle, sparkle. Goodness me, it probably damaged the processor on here. Yeah, so I've got there's an Instagram page with there's two waterfalls of Britain. My claim to fame on the waterfalls, I did manage to get on that front page on Flickr, which was kind of cool. And it had taken me years to get this photo. I think 5 years. It took me 5 years to get this photo, to get it exactly how I wanted it, and it was on Flickr. I think on Flickr it's Waterfalls of Britain. I can't remember if it's even in existence. But yeah, that's me. That was me.
You just take potluck to when...
Yeah, just turn up and enjoy.
It's a good facility just off the road, isn't it?
Just Davey, Sparkle Master. I love that. Thanks, man. Pauline Gilby, how you doing? Hope you're all good and well. Bobby, Wibbs, Andy Beckett. Yeah, that was bright, wasn't it? Aber Falls in Wales. Yes, it is. There's a whole waterfall walk that you could do in Wales as well. Paul in Gilby. I saw a KC-135 from Mildenhall yesterday with tanks on the wingtips, which also yesterday also what looked like propellers on. Yeah, those are refueling pods, so they'll have a pipe which can assist with the drogue and probe method, so there's actually baskets in them that come out. Mark 82, I think they're called, Mark 82 refueling pods that actually come out, so they'll have a pipe that comes out, so you can assist with an aircraft on each wing to refuel it, if that's what you meant. Yeah, buddy. Oh, cheers, man. Oh, cheers. Oh, gosh, you nearly got it. Cheers, man. Oh, I love that. Cool. You right? You all good, yeah? I'll give it another hour. Oh. I think we'll get something. The runway's still open. Oh. I can hear something. Well, thanks for just had someone actually checking out my old Instagram. Thanks a lot, Jenny L. Jenny L 3242. The waterfall pics are tremendous. I'm glad you enjoyed. Glad you checked it out. Yeah, I don't use it anymore, but it's there one day. You never know. One day. Flying Duke, oi oi to you, Millennium Max. What up? Right, let's see how long we're going to stay for. We're reaching our limit of, well, not limit, we don't have a limit, but I kind of gave a cut off around midday-ish, didn't I? What did I say, 2 minutes past 12? Let's have a look. Alright, we're doing Lady Shen's Teddy Bears, the yeah, so the runway, or the airfield is still open, so will there be a afternoon wave, or will we see something special? Who knows?
trucks, the little trucks and big trucks.
Oh yeah, I see. It's another hour until I might just film it. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. And then film it.
Yeah.
It's the video then, isn't it? Right, how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Right, let's. What we're going to do, we're going to finish up, and if anything happens while we're while we're packing up, we'll film it, and we'll pop it on. How's that? Yeah, what do you reckon? That's what we'll do. So we'll be here just to film it. I think that's what we're going to do. Andrew Porter at Guards March, thank you very much for the super chat. Wee Stevie Boy, thank you as well for the super chat, a Guards March. Andrew Porter, thanks again for another super chat there, Guards March to you. God Freezer, high five, paw pump for that, thank you very much, and a little salute there from Ted. Thanks a lot for your super chat there, Guards March. Alan Q, thanks a lot for the super chat. God Freezer again, high five, paw pump. Salute and a little fly past there. Thank you so much, Guards March, for God Freezer from New Zealand. Thank you very much for the super. Spiky Spuds, high five, nice one. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby's Fighter Squadron. A Guards March for that one. Thank you very much, Spiky Spuds. Phoenix Rising with 8 months membership. Thank you very much. Nikos, are you going to the Thruxton Air Show in September? Unfortunately not. But Guards March, thank you very much. Margot, thanks a lot for the super chat. Roger Payne, thanks a lot for your 32 months membership. Thanks for all you do, TCS crew. I think we're good. Right, I think that's what we'll do. We'll finish up and then we'll film whatever's going on. How about that, do you reckon? And if a stream pops up, it means literally something happened while we were just doing the outro. Ted, what are you doing? What is this manoeuvre? What's that? It looks like you're on a lie-low on a very busy... Oh, he's off. Alright, and Ted. We'll finish up and film whatever's going to happen while we're packing up. Alright, and that's what That's what we'll do, and then we're ready to go. Right, well, ladies and teddy bears, hope you enjoyed that. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian, and commentator, and a bit of everything today we've had. So, a salute to the 48 Fighter Wing. We may be back in a minute. Who knows? Because I know when we hit the button, something will happen. So, it's the way it is. Thank you to all our members as well for supporting us. Thank you so much. Right, there you go. You couldn't write that up. A startup? Or is it a bit of flexing? It sounds like an engine run, that one. As soon as that car's gone, I'll be able to hear what's going on. There's actually startups. F-15s. Can you actually, Adam, and believe it? But is it just a bit of a, a bit of flexing? Those did sound like F-15s. I don't think we're going home. I think we're staying here. Couldn't make that up, literally, as I said goodbye. Well, I'm still on, but I knew it would happen. Always the way. But I don't know if it's just a bit of flexing. What is going on? I don't think we're going home, Ted. I think we're staying here. A 5-day hitch up. Do you remember that? I'm not doing that again. 22s. Oh dear. And then they left on the day we left. Oh dear, oh dear. Looks like we're staying another hour then. I'll tell you what I'll do, I'll pack some of the stuff away.
D-pad direction,
Yeah.
and if you're cleaning, really,
Yeah, I don't think we could have written that any better. It's hilarious.
Very tempted to go to forest, get the light on these Valkyries.
It'd be nice if they come in formation as well, wouldn't it? That'd be nice, yeah, some good light.
Get them stacked coming in.
Sounds good. Right, what we'll do, we'll stay for another hour. How's that? Should we stay for another hour? Let's stay for another hour. Yeah, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pack away what I can just to stay for another hour. Why not? Might as well. But that will we'll do that. We'll do another hour. We'll just swap the mags over, just make sure they've got a good hour to go covered, and then we'll go from there. And there it is. Right. I've got this right. He's got that right. Hi.
Hi. Is there any expected activity tonight from you today?
There never is.
You don't know if there's anything?
No.
People are just waiting on the checks.
That's what it's all about.
People seem to be here.
That's what it's all about. You just turn up and hope for the best.
Yeah, a few times.
Let's have a look. 12:30. All right. 13:27. Let's do another hour. Why not? So for those that are tuned in, thanks for hanging in there. The runway is still open, so there's obviously either the C-17 is going to go out or something else. So we'll just stay put. It'll be 4 o'clock at this rate, I think. Oh well, what else am I going to do, innit? Might as well just enjoy the sun. Got plenty of water, plenty of fluids. We've beaten, so we're all good. But we'll see how it's going to go. Well, have a look at this. I've just spotted this, by the way. So, hang on a minute. I've only just seen this. It's all in good taste, but well, this looks lovely. Did you just see that? Are you seeing this? It's in all the flags.
Yeah, that's what I said to you before.
Is that what you said? Sorry, I thought you said something else.
I watched them put in a wall.
Oh, did you? Well, okay, and there seems to be a lot of cars over there.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you're seeing that, but this is lovely. I think I can guess what's going on then. That's there. Are we welcoming back? Well, that's just my guess, by the way. Please don't, you know. I mean, I've got a flag here on my van. For those that would like to see it, it's always on my van here. Always, it's the best I can do for it. With Ted, of course. I'm all right, thanks, man. I got plenty. Yeah, I got plenty of cold water. Thank you. Well, this is a nice sight, by the way. A nice touch. Yeah, so these were literally just put up not long ago, so hello.
Just talking to Teresa.
Okay.
Apparently she was going to send you a message.
Yeah.
She wanted to know whether you can see the flags, which I'm sure you can because you can see them.
Yeah.
And after the first ones have landed, she'll come and talk to you.
Yes, because I need her for something.
Okay, so we're walking over to meet her now anyway.
That's
so.
cool. I have something for her.
need to check. So I was coming down now, literally.
Right, yeah. Well, we're going to meet her halfway now. And then she says, as soon as the first one lands, she's going to
See you there.
How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? So looks like a bit of activity will be going on after all, fingers crossed. And a hint, these flags have just been put up, and I'm kind of proud of this, to see this. It's quite a nice thing to see, and we're gonna catch this live. Oh, by the way, I did notice some comments about this. I've got one of these at home, and it's pretty much, although it's support our troops, that's what that one looks like. I've got one at home, a big metal plate or a big metal sign similar to this, and it's got support our troops on it, which you may have come across before. So a lovely thing to see, especially coming home, if this is what I think it's going to be. Yeah, I've always mentioned it before as well, even at Coningsby, for the brave and for those that follow the footsteps. If you think about it, what is amazing about here is that there were men and women before the ones here today, and so on further back, so on and so on, for here all the way back to 1941, finding the history of the very first men that arrived here with number 20 OTU with the Vickers Wellington. Now when I say OTU, although they're a training unit, I want you to understand that there were 5,000 men that were lost in training incidents. Not far, yeah? All right, buddy. In training, 5,000, Bomber Command. I would probably just ignore that startup in the background. It's probably just a bit of flexing that we had. But my point is the footsteps that we're following on. So of all the fighter groups, such as Bottisham that was here, King's Cliff as well, with the fighter groups, what is amazing is that the legacy still lives on with here 48 Fighter Wing and Fighter Town, and the 48 Fighter Group were very much involved in the Second World War with the P-47 Thunderbolt, the very brave men that saw their fellow comrades not return, and the legacy lives on, which is why it's amazing to still have a station just like RAF Lakenheath. The legacy still lives on. The 100th Bomb Group lives on at RAF Mildenhall with the 100th Air Refuelling Wing. It is amazing what's left. And Coningsby the other day, when I said the men and women that are here right now are following that legacy of the men that were scrambled, the men that were going into Bomber Command at Coningsby, for example, and going on those very brave flights. The description of being in a Lancaster at night, being under attack from an unforeseen, unforeseen foe, just ripping you to shreds. And with every pilot that's lost, it's a mother's heartache. So with everyone that returns to mother's happiness. It's a very proud parent. And I don't want to just sort of put it into section of just Air Force and just pilots. I want to say this to all trades, you know, with every, whether it's Navy, whether it's Marine Corps, whether it's Royal Navy, Royal Air Force, Royal Navy, Army Air Corps, any, you know, with everyone that serves, there's a proud parent there, and putting a flag is a very proud thing to do. Especially when you've come back, you know, I don't know who's here, I don't know who's welcoming them. There's probably people watching right now, and what's cool, I'll tell you what is kind of nice, and I've only just thought about it, is that I know we're live, and if I think what's going to happen, there could be a worried parent. I would imagine that there has been, and it's kind of nice that I'm kind of live. They could see their son or daughter or relation or friend, wife, husband, whatever, return. I think that's kind of cool, actually, that I'm doing this. But this is what I think is going on, because these were only just put on now. Now, at first I thought, is it something to do with Independence Day? I get that, but I got a funny feeling with what the word on the spotter street around here at the moment. It sounds like things are arriving. So if that's the case, then you know, it's one of those where spotters, I don't know where they get the info from, but hey, we'll go with it. And with these being put up, I would imagine now that with tankers approaching the UK shores, I'm wondering if they're bringing something with them. So just something to think about, which is why I really strongly recommend it out there. You know, please be respectful with all your comments, because, you know, we do have personnel watching. We do promote the Air Force. We do promote all roles. And, you know, I just don't want this to be spoiled by some silly comments, because that's not what it's about. And, yeah. Enjoy. So, salute to all that serve. Reese Maroney, you're most welcome. You are most welcome. Yeah, and it's quite kind of fitting that we did Armed Forces Day on Saturday. That was amazing. I'm always proud to be part of that. I love being part of that. And what was nice this year is that we were able to catch the march and the parade, which was nice. And a chain of events brought that on, actually, that the fact that they had to go, well, not had to, but, you know, it was planned for them to actually march right by us due to a road closure. So same again. Now, to be honest, it suits it at the seafront, man. It suits it on the parade. So that was cool. Maybe it's something they might do next year. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Not long to go, I don't think. Can't be too long now. No, here they come. I've got them on comms now, they're not far. Oh, cool. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the show. And Ted's got his flag ready to welcome the crew back. I've just heard them on comms now, so they're not too far away. Go on, Ted. This is what it's all about. Go on, Ted, take it away, mate. There he is. So Ted's waiting patiently as well. So welcome to the show, and thanks to all of you who have tuned in today. I'll have a quick big shout out to Mayhem Marshy, Blue Lightning Bird, Davey, Luke M, Stephen Cole, Margot, Davey, Alex Blackcat, Reese Maroney, Alex Raven, Acid Reflux, not Acid Rain, right? Sorry about that yesterday. Denzel Hughes, Margot, MDK, Acid Reflux, thanks for that. Captain A, LEJ Approach, Paul M Hennings, Kevin L, MDK 3192, Davey 74, what up Davey? Hope we're all good and well. You're all welcome. Flying Duke, Margot Baxter, Luke M, Alex Raven, Mayhem Marshy. Welcome to the show, everyone. Bobby, thank you very much as well. Thanks a lot, Bobby. Thank you for everything, Nikos and Ted, and to the returning personnel, God bless. Well said, thank you very much indeed. Nick Knox, how you doing? Good to see you the other day as well. Nice one, thank you so much as well. It is a special moment, it really is, when you think about what's about to happen, and if their families are tuned in as well. Isn't that just really the most beautiful thing? And they can see it. Surely they're worried, right? Surely they're worried sick wherever they are in the world, you know, not knowing. And just having a piece of history here with the channel, just seeing them come back is pretty special. I like that. Remco de Vray, oi oi. Alex Blackcat, thanks for that. Yeah, it's the same with the Greek flag. They mean something as well. The Greek flag has blue and white stripes. There are 9, and the reason for that is because of the 9. Well, 2 reasons. First of all, the waves. Okay, they signify waves, but the reason for 9 is because in Greek the motto of freedom or death has 9 syllables, and that hence why there's 9 stripes. By the way, it's a bit of random info for you, but as we're mentioning about flags, vexillology, I love that. I don't think they're too far away now. Just think we were supposed to go about 12 o'clock. Mind you, it's only been an hour, so that's fine. I've done worse. Just waiting for the waiting for them. Just got my radio there. I might just go and grab some water. 1 second. Okay, so they're at flight level 50, 5,000 feet on initial. I don't know how many they're going to be, but we'll see. So they are going to run in on initial approach. So they're not far. They're sort of in the Norwich area. Acid rain, Ted made me do it. That is just pure class. Well, thanks for joining us. We got an exciting scenes. We have exciting scenes to come up very shortly.
Tango Alpha Foxtrot Lakenheath approach, squad 0450. Foxtrot Roger, radar contact, 5 miles west of Mildenhall under basic service, local QNH 1030. One flight, resume on navigation, expect lower when cleared military space.
Okay, here we go. Not sure how many's in this flight. It was either 4 or 6. Let's find out. We've had a 6 ship before. Yep, flight of 6. Yep, flight of 6, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Right, 6 ship somewhere. This will be nice. Here we go. Four and a 2 ship. Nice. Welcome home. So that was a beautiful moment, absolutely wonderful. Steve Evans, how you doing? Reese Moroney, oi oi to you. Robert Owen, members, how you doing? Hope you're all good and well.
Heavy radar contact 1 and 2 miles southwest of Mildenhall and traffic service. Expect that by heading 090. Heading 090 for 641. 641 heavy, continue descent, maintain at 3000, Mildenhall, altimeter 3012.
So
Down to 3000, 3012.
we're going to stay another hour because I think we've got another flight. sounded like the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries. I'm just going to go and grab some water.
ask you if you're on YouTube. I didn't see your sign.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So they American F-35, are they?
Yes.
Yeah. So busy trying to take photos. I didn't see any.
Ah, right. Yes.
Very impressive.
Oh yeah. Oh. Did you? I can get you a card if you want. Did you want a card, or you're alright?
No, it's alright. I can look you up now.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Are we?
I think I've seen your stuff before.
Maybe. Yeah, cool. Maybe.
Do you do this all the time?
Yeah, full time.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's good fun. It's good fun. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's challenging in weathers, but it's good fun.
I mean, today it's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
We were at Coningsby the other day, and it was like this. It's stunning.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
So is that it for a while, do you think?
Maybe another hour. There might be another lot coming back. Maybe.
They don't show up on my flight radar, those things.
No, they turn the data off. They turn ADSB out off.
I'm surprised we don't.
Some of them are.
Sometimes we do, don't
Yeah,
we?
sometimes.
Follow some, then suddenly they go black, and that's it. Right, well, I'll be looking at you this evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'll subscribe.
Thank you very much.
said they got quite warm. Maybe we'll finish up. Oh no, I'm fine, thanks, man. Yeah, too many bad experiences. Sorry?
I only just noticed two.
Yeah, yeah. They put them up just before they came.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Charlie Romeo, India looking at approach block 0452. Contact number miles southeast of Mildenhall on the basic survey. Looking QNH 1020, max penetration group.
So how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? It's getting rather warm at the moment, and we may just think about packing up. Christopher Carr, how you doing? Phantom Fixer, oi oi to you. Reese Maroney, how you doing? Hope we're all good and well. Denzel Hughes, Blue Lightning Bird, Jenny L, Margot, Dot Doolittle, Matty H, Christopher Carr. I hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Hope you're all well. And this is the perfect example, like I've mentioned before, why on the starboard side of any aircraft and on the right shoulder of any government or armed forces, the flag will look reversed. And this is a perfect example why, because if you put it on a flagpole, it is meant to fly from left to right on your other arm, or if we're looking at it from the other side, you will notice that it's facing the opposite way, which is why the Union flag should be technically back to front on the right arm. The US Air Force flag, Turkish flag, Greek flag, any flag. On the starboard side of an aircraft, the flag is in reverse. Even the roundel as well, and markings are usually reversed. Like markings are usually reversed as well, as in the sort of like the tail flash. So this is a perfect example, because if you stand on the other side of a flagpole, I mean Ted does it, the flag will look reversed. Unless, of course, you are fortunate enough to have a flag which looks the same on the other side. So, aka, if you are horizontally striped, you'll be fine. It will still look the same. Such as the Netherlands, Luxembourg, for example. No, I'm all right. Thanks, man. I'm very cool. Thank you. No, you carry on. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Let's have a look at the catwalk. How's the catwalk doing these days? Yeah, so if I take Ted's flag, look, this is Ted's flag. Okay, you put it on the flagpole, and then if you were to stand on the other side, it's facing the other way. Simple as that. That's why it's that way. It should be this way on a right arm. And it's not just Ted's Union flag as well. Let me go and get Ted's Union flag as well. Hang on. Ted, where's your flag, mate? That's the Union flag. So, same again with the Union flag. There it is. This is the correct way. So you got like a. So that's. Hang on, let me just put Ted's flag away. Actually, they're both Ted's flags. So this is the correct way. So this is the correct way. So this will be on the left. So this will be on the port side. If you look at the what's the name, Vespina, and if you look at the left arm of any service personnel, that's, see, the thicker diagonal line of the Scottish flag should be visible. But if you stood on the other side of a flagpole, it's as simple as that. There's no other reason other than it's the way the flag will fly. So on the right arm, this is how it should look, with the thinner diagonal line. Okay, so on the starboard side of any aircraft flying the British flag, this is how it should look. Because I remember a newspaper article, I can't remember which one, I won't name and shame it anyway, but they said they painted the Union flag wrong on, what was it, Boris's jet? Do you remember that? And it's not, because on the starboard side it is meant to be painted this way. What was that? It's meant to be painted this way. So on your, if you surf in the British Armed Forces, if you've got one of these, it will be this way round on the right arm. On your left arm, of course, the correct way. It's how you put a flag on a flagpole, literally. But of course, some flags just look the same from the reverse, such as any horizontally aligned striped flags. So I think our next flight is in about 40 minutes or so time. Might as well wait now, isn't it? Can't really leave now. It's a bit, can't leave it hanging like that, can I? So might as well. I'm committed now, aren't I, to stay, which is fine. It's not a problem. It's getting a little bit warm, so I may have to just disappear for a bit. Just keep it rolling. I'm just going to take some cover. Dawn Hobson, how you doing? Oi to you. Davey, yeah, on the Envoy, absolutely, yes, indeed. Thanks for that, Davey.
approach 35 level 114 and information tangle current at Mildenhall.
Have a great day. Acid rain, Ted made me do it. Well, thank you very much for changing your handle there. That's funny. Thank you. I feel honoured. There's a couple of others. There's a couple of others to the that are inspired to change the username. Some Voss. You have some Voss? You have Voss? Oh no, I left it at home. Sorry, Ted, I left the Voss at home. That's hilarious. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Now, speaking of signals, when Lakenheath closed just before D-Day in after D-Day, what am I talking about? 1945. Sorry about that. When the station closed to become a VHB, they did actually have signals unit. They did actually have a signals unit while the runways were being extended and expanded and refurbed for the B-29s. That was between 45 and 1948. A unit was here. I think it was could have been in 1947. I think they were here, but it was during the time that they were upgrading the runways here. Skullthorpe, Marham, and Lakenheath were selected to become VHBs. Very heavy bomber bases. Zebra 36, high five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. A Guards March to you. The Flying Duke, a high five and a Guards March to you as well. Thank you also for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you for that. Bobby, thank you very much for your super chat. Thank you for everything, Nikos and Ted, and to the returning personnel. God bless. Thank you very much for that. Guards March. Nick Knox, high five. Thank you so much for that super chat. Thank you very much. I'm loving the American flags. Thank you so much. Acid Rain, Ted made me do it. Grab yourself a burger, Nikos. I demand education. Thank you very much indeed. You're most welcome. It's been quite some very different topics today. I really covered some really extreme stuff about Neolithic, Bronze Age monuments, haven't I, here in Britain. Andrew Porter, thank you very much for the super. Guards March to you. We Stevie Boy, Guards March, thank you as well for the super chat. Guards March. Also Andrew Porter, another super. Guards March. And why not, Andrew? I'll give you a high five for that third super chat. Guards March to you. Thank you very much. Also got Chorley Pete with us. There he is. Oi, Guards March to Chorley Pete for keeping me fed and watered today. Thank you very much there, Pete, for the super burger, who's here live as well. And relaxing, chilling. So, right, the Birdman, as he's romantically known, just doing a few checks, possibly for the next batch. Oh yeah. So yeah, lots of exciting things still to come this year. I know we're all going to be missing a very particular air show this year, sadly, but that's the way it is. We do have quite a few more things to enjoy. Oi! Don't love that. I'll come down. I shall come down. You shall. Hello.
I saw you with the little flag.
I'm doing. Just needed a quick break there. How we doing, ladies, gents, steady bears? So we're just going to wait for potentially another flight. Yeah, just needed a quick break out of the sun when it needed to go in the shade. And, right, let's have another swig of water. Oh, here we go. Don't think they're too far away.
Santa is actually circling the bunch of spots.
Brilliant. Right hand is in us with this to 75.
Right, here we go, not far now. So welcome to the show. We're about to welcome back another flight of the 495th.
Traffic 12 o'clock, 6 miles southeastbound, other indicates 400 feet, appears to be just west of Panther Ring.
So a historical moment as we welcome back the 495th F-35As of the 495th, nicknamed Valkyries. So just
welcome back.
so they are on initial. As soon as I got eyeball, I will get you that. We'll see what sort of formation we're going to get. Oh, here we go. Same position as last time. Could be 3 and 3 this time. I'm not sure with my aging. Oh no, it's 6. Oh, look at this. loud diesel engine in the background. Apologies for that. Pratt & Whitney will cover that up. Finally, our last one home. Welcoming them back, the 495th. All 12 back. Well, there we go, a historical moment there, welcoming them back, the 495th. Hope we're all good and well. So thank you very much for tuning in. Freya 2-1. Yeah, it could have been the tanker in the background. Okay, just a couple of guards marches to go. Oh, from 12 o'clock to 1:30 to 1:45, 1:45 actually even. Oh wow, never mind, it was all good. Oh dear. Reese Maroney, thank you very much for your 6 months Ted Coningsby loyalty there. Thank you very much for being a member of the Fighter Squadron as well. Love the channel, love you back, thank you very much. Darren Treble 1 Endersby, member for 3 months, still loving the show, thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much and welcome back the 495th. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, that is us done now. We're not going to stay any longer now. We are done, cooked and fried and everything else that goes with it. So thank you very much, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and just a quick one, a welcome back to the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries. Thank you so much for what you do, thank you, and of course to all of the 48 Fighter Wing, thank you very much, and to all our members, thank you so much for supporting our wonderful community and our channel. Thank you so much. I nearly thought it was Friday there for a minute because we're normally here on a Friday, but we'll be back on, well, we've got a show tomorrow. We'll let you know later on where we're going to be. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath, and what a day it's been. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members-only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members-only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level Fighter Squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.